What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to the Shark Tank. I see ya. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Yes, sir. Big shout out to my man. Rockets in the house. What up, fam? My man Future Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Mr. Michael for Good in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Hey, yo, Fat Bon Ray, I see you, fam. Big shout out to my homeboy 614 Tree in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Rubber City in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. Dennis Oliver in the house. What up, fam? Salute to my mans now. Kalinga Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Joe Brown's in the house. What up, fam? Yo. My man, Dreadlock in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Melee New Suspect Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Samurai Kennels Williams, Yellow Dogs, my man Dre in the house. What up, fam? Representing the Shogun crew. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Zanim, Pressure Kennels Combine in the house. What up, fam? Representing New Mexico, my man Frank. What up, fam? Representing Louisiana, coming in to the Shark Tank, Full Force Kennels in the house. Welcome to the show, fam. Full Force, as you notice, you done fell up in here and you see a whole lot of blue. This blue represents the Shark Tank, fam. Don't take much to get that blue. Couple things you gotta do though. You've done one of those things already, you showed up. Only thing left to do is participate in the chat. You know, participation is a must. You know, like I said, this is a room full of sharks. So I like to see how the newcomers can swim amongst the sharks. You know, one of the things we have in common, we speak our mind. This is why they're all blue. When you step in here, you're falling in the shark-infested waters. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody can speak their mind. Only hold back here is all we ask you to do is be respectable. Share your information if you have any information to share. If you have any comments or you have an opinion on something, feel free to have it, because we all agree to disagree. Welcome to the show. To the other sharks in the room, don't forget to show love to the new member. Stepping into the Shark Tank, Full Force Kennels in the house. Representing Louisiana. Big shout out to Triple Star American Pitbull Terriers in the house. What up, bam? My man, Walnut PA in the house. What up, fam? Yo, yo. Americana's in the house. What up, fam? Welcome to the show, Americana. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. As you notice, you fell up in here and there's a whole lot of blue. This blue does represent the Shark Tank. Doesn't take much to become one of the members of the Shark Tank. All you got to do is show up. You've done that already. Only thing left to do is show out and participate. Again, participation. Hey, share your knowledge. You know, share your opinions. Share your comments. You know, here, again, you're in shark-infested water, so everything's open game around here. That's why everybody's blue. So don't feel, you know, like you gotta be careful of what you say. No, you just be respectful in what you say and how you say it. That's all. Again, Americana, welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Welcome to the show. For all you fellow sharks in the water, don't forget to show some love to our new members of the Shark Tank. Don't forget to hit that like button. And if you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Big shout out to the Georgia boys in the house. What up, fam? My man, the one and only Mr. Dickie Foster's in the house. What up, fam? My man Americana representing California. California IA babies in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Kennels in the house. I see you, fam. I want to give another big shout out to my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Go and roll them up. Get that drink, get yourself situated, kick back. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Appreciate everybody showing up for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Show the love. Don't forget to hit the damn like button. Big shout out to my man TCBTV in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my homeboy representing the 216, Mr. 216 in the house. What up, fam? Mr. 216, welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Pick up that hardware, fam. My man Double and Test Pose in the house. What up, fam? Bite down and shake that like button. Yes, sir. Representing Arkansas, Louisiana, Combine Kennels, my man Mayhem Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yeah, I want to give a special shout out for everybody who's showing up tonight, even my people on the back street, showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Y'all don't forget to participate in that poll. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done so. Again, thank you for showing up to Talk Shit Tuesday. Big shout out to my nephew in the house, my man Derek Gibbons in the house. Yo, Gibby. What up, fam? Big shout out to Talk of the City, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man K walk in the house. What up, fam? Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And please, everyone, participate in the poll. Y'all know we do a temperature check around here. Y'all know what time it is. Big shout out again to all my people on the back street. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Courtney Edwards in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Ron King's in the house. What up, fam? Hold on, fellas. Let me get this right here. Oh no. No. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh gosh. I'm messed up here. Hold on. Hold on, fellas. Put that right down here. Oh my goodness, I done messed up, fellas. Mouse ain't working. No movement on the mouse. No movement on the mouse. Mouse stopped working, fellas. Hold on, let me get this together here. Oh my goodness, this is terrible. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Dashboard. Oh gosh, come on now, come on. Oh my goodness, hold on. Hold up, fellas, let me get this together right quick here. Let me get this together right quick. I don't know how to get out of here. You're stuck over there, ain't you? what up? Damn computer went haywire crazy on the man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, damn. All right. Welcome everybody to the show. Welcome to this Talk Shit Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me get this music right quick. You know, computer went nuts on me. Woo! Appreciate everybody showing up tonight for this Talk Shit Tuesday. Boom. There we go. Damn mouth stopped working. I couldn't control nut. Things just went like, what? On a Tuesday? It's just supposed to be happening like that on a Monday. Don't wait till Tuesday to start this craziness. Hey, appreciate everybody for showing up. Hey, don't forget to participate in that poll. And hey, Sharks, don't forget to hit that like button. You know, today's show is a funny type of, you know, one of them crazy things, you know. Big shout out to Schoolboy. You know, I'm trying to, you know, he asked this question earlier. I think I sent it on Facebook. So I figured I'd just ride on it because, again, it's one of them things that it's funny because, you know, so many people had different ways of looking at that question. And where you from? Looking at the question, you know what I'm saying? Then he got so many, again, as I'm marching the pole. Yep, still, you know, still heading down the same pathway, you know what I mean? But we're going to talk about it anyway. But I want to give a big shout out to my man Dre Samurai over there, checking out some of the winners. Nice looking dogs. You know, big shout out to you. Great job, fam. Great looking dogs, and big shout out to everybody who made that happen. You know, there's a future there. The next one, I'm, you know, put my girl up in there. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a new thing. Everybody should, you know, prepare to get on board, and let's make it bigger and better. No, I don't have too much to open up about. You know, we took that long trip this weekend, and thank God we made it back. You know, made it back safely. I want to give a special shout out to all my people in North Carolina, all the old dog men, you know, a lot of old friends that showed up to show respect, you know. So again, Carolina is, you know, like another home for us. So it was just good to see how everybody showed up. And a lot of the big guys came back to show their appreciation. So seeing a lot of the old schoolers, a lot of the old basketball players that came back through, that he trained, you know, he schooled and everything. It was just, you know, a hell of an, even though we were burying him, I just love the way people came back to show their respects, you know what I'm saying? Glad we was able to make it and at least be a part of it, you know what I'm saying? Hey, but outside of that, you know, not too much I be having, you know, only time I'm usually start ragging on shit when I got something to say, but, you know, coming back, I haven't really thought about anything except for being glad I made it home, you know. You ready to take over on this, man? This is on you. Turn this over to my man Mo. Do what you do, bro. I'm still trying to find the scatterbread shit. It was working. Okay? I'm sorry. Okay, y'all see I got my glasses on. What's up, everybody? Shout out. I have to look at the poll, see what the poll was. You know, your numbers is it's no different than it was. With the same like 30 in the past.
Yeah. Well, right now we have...
Is it a difference between scatterbread? Me personally, I'm still trying to find the scatterbread shit that worked. I mean, you know, I do go through these books and we look at champions. And I can show y'all some. But the numbers are so slim to when we discussing match dogs and winners.
dogs that got championships. The numbers of scatterbred, what, first understanding what is scatterbred, I mean, it's boils, the dogs themselves with the four-way in it, scatterbred. We can consider those dogs scatterbred, and as a whole is a line. So we couldn't, how you gonna call it? Was it a scatterbred line because it has those 4 different dogs in it? Good question. I mean, how do we rate or rank scatterbred?
Big shout out to my man 6143 coming in with a 10-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. I wanted to give a big shout out to my man Mr. Ivan Douglas showing up in the Shark Tank, representing Trenton, New Jersey in the house.
Not the Trenton.
Yes, sir.
Jersey. What's up, baby? I seen that South Carolina in the house. I see Maryland in the house. What's up, man? Hey, what's up, Harry Hayes? Yeah, I was hardly ever I jump down there and be peeking. I'm peeking tonight because I'm asking the question of trying to understand, the scatterbred. Me, I can talk about a lot of shit, but I'm always telling y'all, every time I put up a champion is worth talking about. Is he scatterbred? No. I mean, remember, guys, we do this on such a random thing where I'm just putting up great dogs, and most of the great dogs, I would have to say 99.9% of the time, guys, we find that these dogs are bred. These dogs are bred in a formula, some type of formula. It's not like I'm picking and choosing. Y'all be throwing up pedigrees yourself and ain't threw up a pedigree champion yet. That was scatterbred. You know what I'm saying? So we looked at a little closer into some of these lines. It's got a 4-way in it, like Jeep, Red Boy, Rascal. You throw some Mayday in there. Is that scatterbred? I mean, I just want to know. So when we look at the paperwork of a champion bred like that, is that scatterbred based on the genetics and the way they was crossing it? Would you consider that scatterbred, or would you call that a formulated breeding? They could be breeding in genes. They could be breeding for genes, traits. Because we know that the Boiled brand consists of 4-way cross. A lot of these dogs out here has 4-way crosses all up in them. I mean, we always talking about Rosie over there in the yellow dogs. You see what I'm saying? So when you get to adding Rosie and her cross, and then you add Jocko and his cross, and then Red Boy cross with the Jocko, and you add it up like that, what would you call that? Because Lady Sassy Me sure got Zebo's sister in her. And she's a very big part of the yellow dogs. So you just say, do we call those scatterbred or do we call those formulated breedings? What is a true scatterbred dog? What is the true meaning? Because I can't seem to find it when I'm throwing up these champions. That's why I always say, well, if they're scatterbred and they're scatterbred when it comes to a bunch of great match dogs being put together, and you're producing these champions and producers, do we sit there and call this a formulated breeding or a scatterbred breeding, especially when this shit is producing like a taking off on a line of itself? So do we sit back and say it's a scatterbred line? Is this a scatterbred line that works? Or do we get more specific in the crosses that was made to create what it is? Because they've been doing that since the beginning of producing dogs. When it comes to this game here, it's never a set point where the whole line consists of 1 and 1 and nothing other than that. There's always a chemistry or a formula that they're putting together. And usually you see it most in great match dogs that are champions, that they have a background of a genetic that leads to the point that these dogs are what they are. So the scatterbred part, I'm still trying to get a grip on it. Maybe, that's where I need y'all help. Because my understanding with the way we put up these pedigrees and every great dog we seem to pull up, regardless of what he got in, whether it was matching up or what, it still has a line of genetics that works, that damn near takes off and become a line in itself with the total combination. Now you're seeing in that total combination of that scatterbred to produce something that's created a line. I mean, it's always been that. So I don't get the scatterbred part. You know what I'm saying? Need y'all help on that. As far as has it changed? A lot of us can say, is it any difference? Well, to me, it's not any different because based on my understanding of how we breed, which would consist of breeding different lines to, you need an out. You need the out. So, I mean, again, we're on that question. What difference would it be if it's still based on the same type of formula of breeding if we're getting results from dogs of, yesterday still doing dogs of today, say hypothetically? Can it be done? I can't see why it's not. Because if you're still playing in those genetics and you're adding and taking and adding and taking, getting results, and it really shows up in the breedings of the great dogs that we seem to pull up on here. Remember, every dog damn near we pull up 99.9% of the time has a type of formula to their breeding. You know what I'm saying? So, where do we, initiate that scatterbred definition to be able to carry on with the conversation? Y'all give me a route to take and I'll take it. But I'm still working on, somebody explaining my explanation of what I think is, what is the definition of a scatterbred. It's pretty hard. Yeah, I think I can. I mean, if we need to pull up some pedigrees, I'll put up the computer and get it ready. And hopefully Mike can get over here and watch the chat room so we can catch anybody who's got some input. Because I didn't get a chance to look at the Facebook thing. Because that would have been one of the questions I would have asked and gave, we don't have to go far when we say G Red Boy Rascal. You know what I'm saying? And coming from the professor, that even makes me more worried about the answer. Because is there an answer even coming from the professor? Is there an answer, professor? I like to know. What is his analogy?
He had one. He definitely had a good one.
Well, that's the one I would sure like to know, because it would be one that I would want to know when it comes to.
Was Tudor scatterbreeding or what?
Well, I mean, for real. But they was dogs that was working. I mean, in most of the pedigrees we look at, we see dogs, whether they coming off a direct line or some other line being used as an outcross. Remember, being used as an outcross. That's the whole purpose of a 3 in, 1 out. Right? You do some inbreeding, you're going to have to step out. So, that's still, you're adding something else. Now, in that out, what is he carrying? To get him to where he is, where he's a major factor to be used in what you're trying to do. He gonna have some stuff in his stuff. He ain't gonna come no purebred what? Most of them ain't purebred. The ones we looking for is something that comes from a working line, and here's the production results in the dog that we trying to breed to, whether it be male or female, or wanting to pup off this dog or not. You know what I'm saying? It's still based on what you see in the dog, and then you look and see the possibilities of this dog when you're looking at a puppy based on what you're seeing in the pedigree. A lot of guys match up pedigrees, and for some odd reason, it's really all you have to work with when you're trying to build a program. But the only honest way to understand, and do I need to get on the bus when I say this? I think we need to get on the bus. Hey, give me a disclaimer up, guys. Get me the disclaimer up, and let's get on the bus so we can go and look into this a little further. Because to me, breeding is all about match dogs. To me, that's just the bottom line to me. I mean, you got show dogs that you see the dogs got abilities and qualities to go do those certain things, but me, I'm that. If I was a dog man back then, I could have been a dog man in the 50s. With the same admiration that I speak of now. What is the American Pit Bull Terrier? You know what I'm saying? I mean, do I want American Pit Bull Terrier? And what kind of American Pit Bull Terrier did I want? I wanted the definition of what it really meant back there in the 1930s when it was legal. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That shit that they were being able to advertise when nobody bothering with them. It was a small community. It wasn't no big old ruckus thing about it. You know what I'm saying? But it was like a gentleman's thing, they didn't bother you. So the building of the dogs genetically, because of that time that they weren't being bothered and wasn't nobody crashing in on their world, great dogs and great bloodlines were being able to be produced. A lot of the genetics of what was going on in that free time of the game was based on that free spirit that they went through. Even when the wall started closing in, there wasn't closing in. It was many years that they were still developing and creating and still having great stories of great dogs. And you're looking at their pedigree and you're wishing like hell you got that shit in your dog. And you know what I'm saying? That's where I be on. That's where I'm at. I don't get outside of that. Because that's what I base the dog on. The line itself. Everybody got a pit bull, but I'm talking about the true essence of what it came from and what was the purpose and how they got started and how did these dogs get so good and evolved. It evolved. It had to evolve because the competition was getting stiffer. So believe me, with the competition, there was evolution. It was evolution. They were getting better. And as it grew outside of that old thing that didn't nobody want, it was just a small community of very distinguished people to the point that they was able to advertise and do their conventions and sell their dogs and all that great stuff. And then as it got worse, you got the society starting to crack down on them because it started growing. And as it started growing, it starts getting more hectic because they can't stop the growth. It really popped this cherry, not in the 80s. It popped this cherry in the 90s, but it was based on everything that was going on in the 80s. Remember, I came in early in the Carolinas when there was black folks with bulldogs. Remember, I was given dogs from James Edwards and Atlas. Given. I didn't buy those. They gave them to me because I was cool with Sher Powell and they kept coming with him. So that was in the early 80s. Now, by the time the New Jack got to swinging, right around 89, 88, 89, here come the New Jack. Okay? It started a whole new era because I was part of that. Oh, I got dogs. And I ain't the only one got dogs. I gets back up in Ohio and what? There's great dog man everywhere around here. They ain't talking about David Adams and them no more. No. They weren't. It was on fire. Akron was the small town. Cleveland was the one that damn near grabbed up Akron in their quest to going up into Detroit areas. Me jumping in, I had my opportunity to go into the New York area, all up in Buffalo, Rochester, all great dog men in both of those areas. Run over here, I'm all up in Flint and Saginaw, running with McNasty and SWAT team, getting to know all them, meeting Frank Bunts, and these things were developing by then. They was developing by then. Look at the great dogs between 88 and 2000. Most of all your great stuff, the Boyos, the Red Boy, the Jeep, all those dogs, the Yellows, I mean the real focus of maybe the offspring of these dogs. Still based on what? Fighting. Fighting. So we're still discussing fighting dogs and their genetics and the growth of these genetics. Got to say these are scatterbred dogs, but do we even discuss them as scatterbred dogs? No. This dog has to be a dog that's got a whole bunch of shit in him and no winners, and all of a sudden he's an Ajax. That's a scatterbred dog to me. Don't have nothing in his pedigree that you can tell that signifies the genetics of why this dog was, how this dog was bred to create who he was. You couldn't go pull out major pieces. That's scatterbred. But how often do we see that? How often do we truly see that? If the blinds were based on that type of action, then that means nobody's breeding with a formula. Then what kind of numbers would we have? Why do we always continue to see great dogs having great pedigrees?
Want to give a big shout out to my man Solo But Connected Kennels coming in with a 5-piece showing the love with the super sticker. Appreciate the love, fam.
Still nobody saying nothing? No. You guys, y'all ain't gonna throw me nothing. You ain't gonna throw me a line.
Big shout out to my man Fresh GG.CH with the 2-piece. He said, love what you're doing, twin. Keep scratching. 188424 Champion Popper.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up this. Let me get in. Yeah. He said, you got me one. Champion Popper.
Yeah, I'll write that information down.
Okay, fella, let me pull up in here and see what we looking at.
Appreciate everybody participating in the poll. So far we have 109 voters. Don't forget to keep participating in the poll, fellas.
Okay, I'm letting the computer roll up. While we doing that, I mean, I'd be looking at how they created alligator. How they was able to produce dogs off of Zebo with the presumption, was Zebo really an Eli dog? But if he was an Eli dog, where did all the red rosy in them come from? I mean, if Eli dogs are black dogs, were they known to throw chocolate dogs? So does that question the thought that was Zebo an Eli dog? Was he part of that, black shine breeding? No. And even still, like, do you ask yourself, well, if they was breeding, they was breeding based on the way they said he was bred. But he carried all the characteristics of what they considered an Eli dog. You know what I'm saying? Not speaking on his gameness, because one thing that they was tripping on was, that gameness part. I mean, a lot of guys would tell you that a lot of Eli dogs back then were very rough, hard mouth, nice structure for war. You know, they was them. I mean, them was them built Spartans. You know, wasn't no athletic. They was like rough ass dogs, and they was aggressive, very aggressive. You know, a lot of them was aggressive towards people. You know, I knew a few that was aggressive towards people. When I saw Satan in them, they was aggressive towards people. They was Satan, his sister, and Timex was in a cage together and roaming that fence like I wish somebody would crawl up in there with them 3 dogs. Them dogs look like they would eat your ass up. And they ran. Look, these is just a 2-time winner. I never got a chance to match Timex, Satan's brother, but his little mate sister, the one was in that cage with him, and Satan. You know what I'm saying? They had 7 wins between them. And each one of them produced champions. So I never got a chance to do what I could do with Timex. But, you know, just the way the dogs were when we went out to go buy these dogs. They were in running the yard. They patrolled the yard. 3 dogs. And they did it together. So yes, they were, even them were aggressive dogs. You know, Satan had his way. Timex had his way. You know, Timex would hit anything. I mean, he didn't care. He killed his own litter. Litter got out and ran to Daddy, and Daddy killed every single one of them. The only litter I ever had out of him. You know, so, and then we had Blood in them. You know, Blood in them was some pretty nice dogs. Damon and them was some pretty nice dogs. They were Eli dogs, but they all seemed to be black. And then why we got Zebo, anybody ever seen a chocolate Zebo dog? Anybody ever really noticed that Zebo always threw a black dog? A dark dog, never a chocolate or a red dog, not that I know of. Nothing like Rosie or a Vindicator. So if he was a Eli dog, as they suspect, is that why he always threw black dogs? Now, what did he, when he was bred to a lot of great dogs, you know, they would tell you Zebo threw black dogs. The Eli trait. You know, you had Rosie and Vindicator. You can't give me one chocolate genetic to confirm that you are with those guys. You know what I'm saying? But it's part of history. Do you really know? That's the question. Hold on here.
Big shout out to my man is in there, Dogman TV in the house. What up, fam?
Dogman TV. That's bulldogging with J-Bo. Right? I always thought all of them were scatterbred. And I seen where when they were building these breedings, like with Daibo and Cavino and Kobe, and these guys was crossing these dogs, there was a pattern to what they was doing, and I seen it being done even more in the 80s, and then really got even better in the 90s, because look at the dogs that the 80s created. You know what I'm saying? The 80s created the perfect storm of what happened in the 90s, because there were some badass dogs coming from everywhere. We had badass Red Boy Jeep dogs. We had badass Eli dogs. I mean, you had badass Eli dogs. There's no such thing as checking the games anymore. Not only did it become even more rougher, they became gamer. That old philosophy, that was that Eli stuff about, you know, some rough ass curves. You know what I'm saying? They were some that, you know, I'm not kidding, but you know, there were Eli dogs out there that were still known to quit if they weren't ahead, or if they got in trouble, or they gave everything they had, they would pull the line. But going into the mid '90s, it wasn't like that. They was probably adding like the Jeep Rascal boys, the Jeep Rascal stuff, added in there with that Red Boy. I mean, Hardcore used them. You know, we used it with the Jeep in them. You know, these are dogs that created lines of gameness. Not only just the gameness, they had the ability in the mouth. I mean, that was the thing that I liked it about having Jeep in our line. I don't know if Jeep was a hard-biting dog or not. I can just tell you that not only did these dogs carry a lot of good genetics as far as gameness, they had mouth. They had a different type of attitude when we come to their aggression, when it comes to their focus. You know, those type of genetics is, you know, are passed down, but then you still have to look at Finley's Bow. And then you still have to look at Honey Bunch, who's supposed to be off of Bully Son, a buckskin bitch. You know what I'm saying? A buckskin bitch. But we don't question that part right there, because again, if Eli had anything to do with Zebo, with Bully Son producing a buckskin bitch, they didn't produce one black dog bred to anything, unless she was bred to something black maybe, but most of the shit that I've seen coming off of her, unless bred to something black to get it, you know, coming from a black background, where's the black? So that puts you in the same question that they said when it came to Zebo. Never questioning the fact whether they were scattered bred, but if you go in and start picking into the genetics, because that's where it all lies in, because the only reason we're talking about it is because she was a champion. This is what she was before she became the registered merit and one of the biggest producing bitches of all times. This is when she was just had a match career. Off of Bully Son, a buckskin bitch coming off a black daddy. And we don't never hear too much about her litter mates. Were any of those litter mates black? You see what I'm saying? And that plays a big part in when I talk about the, you know, where is the genetic genes of what created the pit bull? Are they still there? Me, I based that true respect on the dog that's fighting, because it was built on that. That's where, you know, I stay in them 20 years way back there. That's why I bring you guys back here so we can look at it from when, you know, this is what it was. This is what it is, because we can't change it. You know what I'm saying? Okay. It's a little slow, but it's getting there. Okay, guys, while I'm letting it, while this thing is pulling up here. Okay, I got a number. Okay, start with that.
Remember when we was down and we talked to Vance, the dude, Cliff, his brother, that was his cousin. On had Molly B.
Yeah, Vance. Yeah.
They said they had 2 litters out of that bitch.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, we were talking to the dudes who had, remember we told you we saw Molly B, and one of the guys that came to the funeral, we was talking to him, it was his cousin that actually had her. They said they got 2 litters out of her. Yeah, they said they got 2 litters out of Molly B. Okay, y'all, hold on. Here we go. We got one. Shiloh's champion popper. 3-time winner, 2 times off the chain. Now, is he black, Brenda, y'all? Is he black? Because he showed, I see, okay, he look like he black. Pictures make it look like he got a little brown or something, Brenda, in him. Okay, it says, a feared one in the South. He was stolen. A $10,000 reward for return. No questions asked. Have your boy drop him off. Produce Blow Rose, 2-time winner. Blows Gage, 1-time winner. Shallow Shotgun, a 1-time winner off the chain. And Shallow and Spooks Pistol, a 1-time winner. Out of 3 litters, a total of 14 pups. The best we ever had. Okay, now we gonna start right here, and we gonna know this is not scatterbread right here. We gonna be pretty convinced that this right here, Justin Judge, 1-time winner, 1-time game loser, came in 2 pounds underweight, 48 into Mountain Man, and was picked up in 58. See, we know this part, okay? So that's his bottom. That's the male's bottom. So we would all agree, you know, there's a formula there. You know, do we call that scatterbread formula? You know?
Big shout out to my man Eli Monster in the house. What up, bam?
Okay, I just wanted to click on that so y'all would be sure to see what that is. You know, you see that? And we can kick on down. We gonna still keep, we went from the G Red Boy Rascal now. You see what I mean? All that Eli in there. And then we look at that was this right here. That was this old Spud. That was this Spud. Now that was Spud. Look at the rest of this. All right. Now, and that was, that's Judge. Judge is the daddy now, right? Now, that was just that half down here. Let's go look at the Smith stuff.
Shout out to my little brother in the house, Scratch Line News. What up, fam?
See, we can't even call the Smith stuff scatterbread. We can't even call the Smith stuff scatterbread. You see that? And then we gonna dive in there. See, we just go to Bobby Jr. and just click on him. You know, that's just like adding a G Red Boy Rascal. Now we just added us some Bolio and down there with some Hank, and we'll sit there with a Boils dog. You know what I'm saying? A black dog. Ain't he black? It looks like he's black as hell to me. Nigga Bolio. Triple bred Bolio though. Maybe it's the scatterbred in him, man, that makes them dogs as bad as he was, because we still working on the black. We still looking for the black. Okay? That's 3 times. And that's Bumper Jr. That's Bobby. Bobby Jr.? Yeah. But we can't call him scatterbred. And all we doing is putting more of inbred, good bred stuff on top of this stuff over here. I mean, that was just, look, that was just this dog here. That was just Jake. Let me show you what Jake was. We just went on the, we still messing around with Judge. That's the daddy. All this is the daddy.
SMS received.
You don't see it up here. You would think it was scatterbred the way it looked from here, but when you go to hitting back in that back end, see what I'm saying? I mean, he sent us on a nice run, but he didn't do nothing but send us into some great bred shit. I mean, Champion Popper was bred gooder than a mud. You see what I'm looking at, y'all?
I don't look scatterbred.
That top half of him ain't scatterbred, gentlemen. And he a black dog, so we know all that black come from with all this. I don't know he was gonna get much help from there. Let's check out the bottom. Let's see what's going on at the bottom. Well, they wasn't traveling far from the house. We just start right here. They wasn't traveling far from the house. You see what I'm saying? You know, they just really didn't travel far from the house. You know, I see a magic. See, you got to remember, y'all. When you got this right here, if I'm gonna call anything an out, and I ain't sure this is really an out here, I just know the familiarity of all that was going on up here, and up here it has everything to do with the top half of what up there with the daddy. So we down here on the mama now, so there is a formula there. Now we got some Fargo over down here with the widow. And look where this is taking us. See all that right there? We still planning something right here. And we know all that's going to lead back to Red Boy. We're going to get some of that Swenson born and stuff. We're going to get some of that old Madeline. We're going to get some of all that good stuff. But it coincides with what's going on the top half. Genetic wise, if we breeding down, this is why Poppy was a damn good bred dog. I mean, he falls in that same category when I was talking about, you know, most great dogs got great breedings. Most good dogs got good breedings. Tell me, would you call him scatterbred? I don't see the scatterbred. I mean, I don't understand what scatterbred is because he is a champion. When you start going down through his pedigree, you know, he carries all the proper genetics of that of what I would call a pit bull. And he's a champion, so he definitely falls in there under the category that I would call one of those 99.9% of those champions that we look at, things that are only relevant to me, because to me, the basis in the dog themselves as the American Pit Bull, the guideline of truly American Pit Bull from my area and my time in the growth of it was based on the performance of the dog. I mean, the real performance, and I reach back and I say that, reaching back on the expectations, they were looking for when they created these dogs back there in the 20s. And how they became the dogs of the 50s. And then the 60s. And then they started crushing down on them, and it still didn't change nothing into the 70s. And Lord knows what happened in the 80s. The game was at its maximum for some of the best bred lines of dogs in the history of the game. And that's the truth. Because what y'all living off of in the now was created from all those great match dogs that was banging back in the 90s and the early 2000s. And you're not going to find a lot of those great dogs, like even this one in particular, another dog we done found out here, that proves that fact. Poppy, Poppy he's not a scatterbred champion. He has a formula to him. And his formula in the end results produced that. That's what the dog game was based on. I'm just going to keep it real with y'all. I'm just telling y'all remember we in my time, we did the yellow footprint thing, and I'm just going to keep it straight up to you. I mean, I was breeding for match dogs. If it worked and it seemed like it would work, I'm trying it. It has to maintain my expectation, which I set forth when I got into doing those dogs. When the first dog was given to me, it was given to me to tell me this dog is a fighting dog, okay? And I'm giving you a good dog. He didn't just go give me a piece of trash. He was giving us some dogs that we was using, and we didn't know nothing about them. Thank God I was a dog trainer, but outside of that, I was just putting them down. And them dogs was good. No, we sitting up there, they probably trying to get easy wins off of us down there in the Carolina thinking we didn't know shit. And we damn near taking our dogs off the chain, and we getting our little wins beating them with the dogs that was given to us. Bruiser, Blood, Solo, all those dogs won in Carolina. And yeah, I knew a damn thing. By the time I got to Ohio, I didn't know nothing. No, I wasn't no real dog man when I left Carolina. Yet I had 3 matches under my belt going in the good dog men. Yeah. Going in the good dog men probably would have had me in the journal if they had to beat one of those dogs. Ain't no condition in that. We running dogs. We taking them out there in Onslow. Was that the river? The alfalfa? What was that river? The Neuse River. Out there throwing the dog all in that dirty ass swamp water, making him.
Alligator could have ate.
Alligator could have snatched his ass up. We didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know until we got up north that, you know what? You notice something? Not one of them guys ever tell us how to condition a dog. Not one of them. And James Edwards and Atlas, with the time that I ever spent around them, never talked about it. Not, you need to do this with the dog. You know, I seen the big collar on the dog, never told me if they even had one to sell me. Never gave me anything pertaining to conditioning of the dog. But just giving me some badass dogs. And I respect them because if don't nobody know, I know James Edwards and Atlas Brewers had some badass dogs.
And then to know Eddie and them.
Right.
They didn't even have treadmills.
I mean, yeah, my partners down there, all these is dog men, and they don't even have treadmills. I don't even think they even knew what a treadmill was. And these is dudes that they had dogs when I got dogs. So they was definitely doing dogs before me. And I'm getting to know these guys, and they got yards. Yet, do y'all match these dogs? Because we'll put our shit on your shit. We was like them kind of guys. You know, let's do this. And they don't even have treadmills. They didn't have nothing. They was clueless just as much as we was. Because they wasn't giving them the information. Thank God Tony Wade had a buddy named Harry Hargrove. That's why I think he has the reputation and the legacy that he has in North Carolina because of Harry Hargrove.
And Fat Bill, when he was coming.
And can't deny he knew Fat Bill. So if anybody was able to throw some more grease on that fire, it would be Fat Bill that made him a hot dude, hot commodity, hard to beat him. Because based on everybody else, and this is coming from me being around and I'm down in the Carolinas, I ain't see it. They were all like that. You know, maybe they didn't have the circle that, the circle that they had. Their circle wasn't nothing like I saw in the circle we had up north. Even though they all had great bred dogs. And they was all scared of Cheryl Powell. Then nobody want to put their dog on Cheryl Powell shit, for real. They really didn't. And after listening to the stories and really looking back, wondering why, you know what I mean? I understand knowing the Lightning dogs and the Hetry dogs more as part of the history of the dogs. And knowing the outcome still, my man is forever alive in the history of Tornado. And I'm going to always brag about that because I think that's a big feat, especially when you're around during the time and when I never thought of nothing ever like that happening. It never was one of those things that was on our minds. Never thought it was going to ever happen. None of that. I mean, the mindset was this. The dogs. And to see a legacy of a guy that I knew that brought me into the dog game, it stamped into a great dog. That's a big thing to me. So well, she's scatterbred, because I can show you James. I mean, Cheryl Powell's dog, like dogs that he had, like Levi. In those dogs that, those brother and sister breeding that he made in the dogs that was in there, I just knew that they was Hetry dogs and TNT dogs. TNT and Lightner. That's all. Even James and Edwards and Atlas, and they used to, we at their crib, they would always be talking about those guys. Those particular lines. Them boys they had some hellified dogs. And they gave him a lot of praise. And because of Cheryl Powell, he had some of their shit, but he was stuck on that shit right there. And he could beat it. We seen him beat up some people's shit who did want to check their shit, to the point that, in our circle, which was a bunch of Carolina black guys, we had our circle. Very seldom did we get a chance to mess around. I had the opportunity to meet the Robinsons by putting the dog down. They probably did that to beat me, so I could become part of the record. And a guy that don't know shit, but just, bringing the dog and let's go do this. I mean, I just think about it now, like, yeah, I'd probably been in the joint a long time ago if I'd have lost. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why Atlas and them kept giving us dogs. Because we was taking them dogs, we was like blood and BA, it was puppies, and said we was raising those dogs. And we was looking at these dogs at real early ages and being able to go back on those days that we went to their houses and shit and bragged about the shit they gave us. Like when we beat my man dog Buster D, he was right off a great dog. Can't remember the name, but this dude was in high waters over his Buster D shit. And one day came where he had to try Buster D on blood. Now that should have been It was a set match, you know, like everything else we did. You know what I'm saying? But we wasn't reporting it into no journal because we didn't even know nothing about no journal. But we stopped Buster D in 19 minutes. That was a big fate for me because everybody was bragging about the damn dog. Everybody was saying he was a killer. Everybody, his schooling was all this. We had blood. And we knew blood had Marty B, and you know, we didn't care. Anything like judo, we going with Sheriff Paul and his Levi shit. Oh, we didn't seen all these dogs. So we ain't even worried about Buster D. We want to get a piece of Buster D. You know, we still jarheads. You know what I mean? We done seeing our shit. And we stopped Buster D in 19 minutes. You know, I don't know whether they was grading Buster D on the fact of how he was bred and where he came from and the people who was behind him. But they had him pumped up that, you know, they had this boy believing he had the shit. I mean, really do. And then that's the same dog that that's the dog that he took home, y'all. That's the dog that he took home, and then, you know, a couple months later, man, he come knocking on my door early in the morning with the dog locked on his arm. Buster D. That was the dog who attacked him. A few months after we beat him, a cur that he took home, whatever excuse he had, he kept that dog. And he ended up bringing that dog over there, locked to his arm, bleeding like hell, and he can't get the dog off. I got to break the dog off this man's arm. He had to go to the hospital. He had his arm was fucked up. But it was Buster D. Was he a scatterbred dog? I know he was an Eli dog, and I always said they were pretty aggressive. Those black dogs was aggressive. BA was a dog that you just brought to the box and you threw him in. Nobody wanted to get in there with him. I mean, even the guy who bought his dog understood what we said about BA. Because BA, he might change his mind while in there. All we know is he is very aggressive to people. You know, and, you know, you can brag about, you know, my shit. He'd be too busy kicking his ass. You know what I'm saying? That's why they, you know, usually, man, I ain't worried about that shit. My dog be on there whooping his ass. He won't even think about me. Well, for your safety, you know, I would advise we throw them in there and let's figure that out once they get started. Because that dog, you don't even want him to jump out the box. I'm telling you, it was a two-man job bringing him in. It was a two-man job bringing this dog in. BA was bitches. We gave BA to Triplet, and Triplet ended up putting him down. Yeah, Mr. Triplet ended up putting him down. He said that dog wasn't good to nobody. And he used to dig to China. I mean, this dog would just dig. I mean, he would dig a steak up in 3 days. I mean, he would, you go to his chain area, and it's like you on a bike thing. You know, you got hills and tunnels and all kind of shit with this dog. And how was he bred? He was a snooty bred dog crossed with Somali B. And do you call them scatterbred? Because they didn't match at all. And I always wonder, you know, I think it's more about the genetics than the scatter part. I mean, I really don't understand the scatter part because I think all dogs are scatterbred. You know, if you got old family red nose, there ain't but so many lines of the direct descendant of the old family red nose in that, you know, those dogs are down from. But there's a whole bunch of them. So when you go looking in these pedigrees and you got an old family red-nosed dog, you're going to go a long way before you get back there with the Hemp Hill and Wilder and those Lightner dogs, those red dogs, and Maximilian and Red Devil. You're going to be way back there if you got one now. But we have to do the same thing that we did with these pedigrees looking for that scatterbred shit. Because when you get back there, when shit start making sense, you're going to see that there's going to be familiarities like we was doing these pedigrees we just got done doing. Looking for some scatterbred shit. You're going to keep running into a formula, especially if it's working. If it ain't working, it's not relevant to talk about, so why throw a pedigree in and ain't got nothing in there working? I'm literally talking about the standard format to what we consider greatness to stand on the standards of what a good, true American pit bull dog is. And it's still related to the dogs of the past, dog fighting.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Schrader, coming in with a 5-piece. Shout out to the chat and the twins. Appreciate for that 5-piece super sticker, Mr. Schrader.
Anybody got anybody else we need to pull up? Hold on, here we go. But y'all see that? But Poppy was before we leave, he is definitely a good dog. A good result of some good breeding. You got to admit that. You got to admit that. But it's just funny, all this red boy shit, and you know, you always see these black dogs. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm still trying to figure out the Rosie Zebo shit. And why was Zebo still just throwing black dogs, right? I'm gonna always ask that question because we're still trying to figure that part out. I'm pretty sure somebody got a story to tell me on that one. Uh-oh, we got Black Rock. Okay, now, I don't know why we got Black Rock, because Black Rock...
Eduardo Venezuela.
El Guado, Venezuela, baby. What's up, man? Thank you for this one. Now, I'm going to just go from this right here, because now I'm talking about the kennel. Now, my understanding and my prediction of what we're going to see when we pull down here coming from Black Rock and his champion Joker, 3-time winner, best in show. 3-time winner, best in show, and registered merit. Now, I'm looking for some formula. Do y'all agree before we take off down there and go see? I believe we're going to see the same shit we just saw with champion Poppy. You know? So let's go. Let's see how he bred. Damn good looking dog. Big ass head for that little body. Look like a beast. The heavy mouth, the most devastating in Mexico. Okay. Well, you know I'm gonna start where we are more familiar, cause we see those cadenas. You know they was importing they shit already. See what I'm saying? Why that's the first thing I want to go click on. Okay? I click on him and the first thing show up is his black and daddy. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, hold on, what did I do here? I messed up somewhere. There you go, right here. Tom Gardner. Now look how he bred. I mean, we see the Patrick already. He tied in there with the Boudreaux already. You see the Boudreaux T-Bud all over the place. T-Bud all over the place. Now let's go take a peek into this. And down, you see all that down in there? Same dog, double Roscoe. I mean, that's double Roscoe. This dog right here, see it? Double Roscoe. Let's see what they added with T-Bud. You know, you got T-Bud there. That's the female. You see where that's going. There's nothing scattered bread about that part right there. And I went to her. Now let's go to Champion Gonzalez, whatever his name is. Kubo. Kubo. Again, look at his pedigree. Look, you see, look at Hugo. Boudreaux Huey. You got Zebo there. Huh. Maybe they knew something over there in Mexico. You see what I'm saying? Remember, we just got them talking about Zebo being an Eli dog. Coming off that Black Shine stuff. They tried it out. T-Bud all over the place. Bully son, Eli, this right here. This supposed to be Black Shine supposed to be Zebo daddy. Just giving y'all an indication of that one. Yeah. Now, again, if Black Shining was part of Zebo's pedigree, and Black Shine is sitting up there having dogs that created dogs like Eli and them that produced them buckskins, and Zebo never produced nothing but a black dog, then I would have to ask questions. You know, was Huey a black dog? I mean, he's off of Zebo. I would think he was a black, coming off of Zebo. And he not having no black dog. Zebo, this dog would have to be black. So Bud T, was he black? Yes. I'm just saying. And he got art all up in him. Got Java in them, but the art is not black. And that's Bud. That's T-Bud. You know, this dog that we's talking about. It was him.
It's like we've seen this pedigree before. The T-Bud dog all over the place.
Yeah. This dog is full of T-Bud. Go back over here to Oso. Just to clarify it. Oh, that rascal. Let's go down here and see what we're doing with down here. More Cadena stuff. See, we back on Zebo again with some more Bud T-Bud. You see what I'm saying, y'all? And look at the Huey. Look how many times we're going to see Huey in there. Look at all that Huey. You see all that Huey? It's just full of Zebo. This dog, he's definitely not scatterbred. Like I said, most champions, we going to keep on doing this. It's still showing tight. T-Bud. And that's just the bottom, y'all. We was dealing with the top up here. That's the bottom. That's just her. Right here. That's her all by herself. With all this going on up here. Same thing. Same thing. Double bag Kuba. See it? That's the rascal. But this right here on top of that, putting that right back on top of that, that's not scatterbread. That's a good one, though. That's two. We went to looking. We did go looking. Okay, let's look at the bottom. Okay. Now, look. That's where his color come from. His color come from his mama. 3-time winner, 1-time game loser. No, this is Mexico. Let's go back and let's see what they up to. That motherfucker look like a toaster dog, don't he, y'all? Okay, we're gonna attack this one first. He's a winner, 5-time winner. He do got matchdogs in him right there. Let's see what they was trying to do to get him to come up. Look at Zeus, big black dog. Look at him. Look like a Tulsa dog, don't he? Don't know much about none of these. I'm gonna keep on following back the match dog. You know, I'm gonna follow the match dog. Maybe we got a better chance of getting somewhere. Okay, I see some Stu Fowler in there. You know, I'm messing with the match dog, and I get back down in here and see that Sanchez Goyo a lot too. That's a dip. You see, the further back we get, remember we went right for the grand champion because we're going to find some winning shit in his pedigree. We're going to find some winning shit in his pedigree. You see what I'm saying? We're going to find what made that motherfucker all that. It was going to be in there. Genetics was going to be there. We found them, didn't we? Yeah. All we had to do is just keep looking. Something led up to that. Oh, there's definitely a formula on the bottom. No, that's interesting. But it still holds to my story for us. You know, all these dogs were scatterbred. But it's like a bunch of good bred dogs crossing into each other. Or match dogs. I don't consider those, to me, these results is not scatterbred. These results is genetically putting match dogs together. And this is the bottom. This is the bottom. Got some heavy Stu Fowler up in there. And that was just, remember we was going after the winners. You know, we went right after old Zeus. No, went back on Zeus. We didn't get no further than Zeus. We went to him, but this is the dog. We did Zeus first. First thing we run into is some Stu Fowler, and there go that Gayo dude again. You see what I'm saying? Well, little or nothing they know of him, but you see what they're doing. They're still putting whatever it is, they still putting it together. They don't even know what the hell this is for them to do that. It must have been something. But the majority of the dog's pedigree is through father. Heavy. Black Rock's Joker. Mexican dog. Genetic wise, we know why he's the dog that he is. You know what I'm saying? We looked at it on both top and the bottom angles of that, and we got the results of match dogs. The results of match dogs. Match dogs is the fundamental part of what makes these dogs, as far as, you know, my time. I don't know about your times. I don't know if you guys got the kind of dog man as myself that but truly believes in the essence of the dog game is based on what we done in the box. You know, it just... From the 50s to my understanding and belief, if I was going to do what I'm doing, I'm basing all that on them. You know, in the integrity of what they were putting into the dogs they was getting to make it. You got one?
Yeah, these two.
Okay.
Very fine.
I would like y'all opinion. If I'm on the right track and y'all kind of see a viewpoint there, then thumbs up. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Because I like to know we all on the same base of understanding. I'm just putting it out there, and what do y'all think? Because so far, I ain't seen but some great dogs. This one's on 375, right? 11. Yeah. No. That's same another number. That's another number, Mike. Hold on. That's missing a number. That's the same number right here. That one?
Yeah. 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they put it in. That's right. 8-5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on. Here we got one. We got a one-time winner here. Oh God, I can't twist her picture, but she looked like she's pretty, looking nice there. That black shining good on that dog, ain't it though, y'all? Dog looking good there. She's future Kennels Miss Parker. Hello, Miss Parker.
Shout out to my man, Mr. Ernest Frederick. Appreciate the shout out, Frederick.
I see that drama side up in there. Let's go looking, y'all. Let's go looking. See, look at this. We're going to call all these great dogs scatterbred. Remember, we just did a show with Save on it. Remember that? We just did a show with the triangle dogs with triangle kennels. Look at them showing up tonight. Macho Butt bred to Sable. Remember we did Sable's championship. Let's see how Grip is bred. Let's start off with Grip. (2014), 25 points POR. Well, it should be obvious. It should really be obvious why he's a great dog. You know? There's Matcha. That's adding Gator. That's adding Red Boy Jeep up in there. With Blackjack with some Eli. We go down here and click on this right here. You should know where this is going to lead us. With all the shit that this dog got in him. Y'all see that? Double Andy. I'm going to hit that Texas Express next, y'all. I know y'all like to know that one, okay? I just wanted to break back down in here and then go creeping through the tulips like we seen some of this shit earlier. But what y'all noticing is we're dealing with genetics, y'all. Y'all know we're dealing with genetics. Handicap, we know he's going to go all the way back to those dogs. I said you have the Bolio dogs, the brand, and then you have Bolio dogs, the four-way. This is a four-way Bolio dog. I mean Boyle's dog. I always said him and Queen was. See, this is not to me a Boyle's brand dog. This is a Boyle's, the actual Boyle's, the pit dog Boyle's dogs. You know what I mean? Not saying not Ronnie Boyle's, but there's four kinds. The Boyle's brand had the three-way. The Boyle's line is the four-way. Handicap, Queen, Pandy. You know, great dogs.
Still not scatterbred, though, Mo.
Still ain't scatterbred. I mean, I wouldn't call it scatterbred. There's a format, definitely. See what I'm saying? You can see there's definitely a format. Definitely a format. Just in the bottom. Great match dogs. And they match dogs. What did I say? Most dogs worth talking about and be producing, and when you look at all the crosses that put it together, when you add this there, you still got Eli all up in here off of Sable. Through Jeep, Bosco. There go my Shirley too. Y'all see what I'm saying, people? And we just did her pedigree the other night on the show. Our last show, wasn't it? And Ace of a bitch. Like I said, we went over her show. It was the circle they was in why she was an ace. But did we put her down? No, we gonna put her down because look at the dogs. We talking about this dog right here. This right here. This Grand Champion Grip. So how are we gonna talk about Sable when we dealing with Grand Champion Grip coming off a grandson of her? He's a grandson to her. The very same dog. Can't take nothing away from that. I ain't no hater. Especially being bred back in this shit up here. You already know this shit up here. Well, how good can it get? Do we call this scatterbred? Usually we just don't see it. We don't even see the scatterbred when you got great dogs like this. This is what makes the game. These type of dogs. This is why I stay back here in the past to keep reminding you what made these dogs. What made these pedigrees great. What made these pedigrees worth us looking at. What made this dog here still falls under the true standards of the same standards that we have from the 30s, the 20s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, still related to what good is a pedigree if it ain't a dog fighting winning pedigree. We don't care how you put it together. If it's working, it still stands up to the standards of why these dogs and what these dogs was created for. And I think they should be always measured and based upon that. And that's just me speaking from the past. Can't tell you what you're going to do with them in the future. But to hold them together as long as they were back there, for me to go to play with them, to be able to have an opportunity to enjoy what these guys was doing and enjoy what it takes to get there, is you have to have dogs that can do that. Hey, I take pride into knowing and understanding that philosophy, same way they were thinking back then, I'm thinking now, because it was a standard, an expectation. The papers don't make the dog make the papers. The only way you're going to make the papers, you got to have results. Winning results. Consistent winning results. To maintain what you're building. Okay, look, we got a little May here, a 2-time winner. And look how she bred. We done been on the top. This is my boy Louisiana, Arkansas, Louisiana Combine. There go, I see Screaming Demon, I see Fatty Girl. Just keep going back and look what you're going to see. There go Champion Wrangler in there. There go Bubba. See, as you're going back and see, this is their shit. This is them doing that thing. You're gonna see these dogs are bred great. Look what they doing. No. This was a pretty special one to me right here. Yeah, see, to me, I always took that like when I bred the Grand Champion Ace. That's what I was thinking when I look at this pedigree. That looks like my pedigree breeding the Grand Champion Ace. Bratting them's line. When I look at that, I look at Going Hard. Not even, he wasn't even. He was a dog off of May 2. His bottom was off of like BJ and Charlie and them. You know, Jeep off of her. Jesse, the Cool Bud Jr. Jesse the Cool Bud Jr. I mean, they were litter mates, but this was their mama. See, there go Cool Bud right there. You don't see Jesse there, but Jesse was a litter mate. This dog right here. Litter mate to Cool Bud Jr. Look what he produced. Yes, I'm very familiar with those dogs. Like I said, my kennel, my anonymous KP had this dog. But you see what he produced. Like that top and bottom. Mayhem's assassin. Another familiar dog line of dogs. Y'all, those who's familiar with the Screaming Demon stuff, look at my boy, that hard at work. Look at all that fatty girl. I'm gonna say something about her. Them my peoples right there. Them's my peoples right there. Look at all that fatty girl in there. Again, another dog that came from my KP. Like Jesse, same thing I could say about Fatty Girl, from the same guy. My kennel partner, same dude that got me all the dogs that I worked with. These are dogs that this is where they came from. And look how you breeding them. So they stitched into the game just as much as Sure Pa to me. All these guys, this is history. You can't change it. You can't hate because twins is being in everything. Well, I'm telling you the kind of venture I had in the game. And I'm pretty sure Arkansas, Louisiana know I'm not bullshitting. They know who I am. Clearly know. And they can tell you the same thing about who she was and where she really came from. I'm not lying. Ain't got to lie. Look at the Cool Buck stuff. Litter mate to the very same Jesse dog. Look at the Wrangler stuff. We playing all in the same gene pool. That's why our lords and our dogs work. I'm just keeping it real with you. They had a good breeding program because they matched dogs. They wasn't putting no papers together. I can tell you that. I can tell you that. There was not no paper putting shit together. We was breeding for match dogs. The standard of what set that thing forward to be able to have those champions. You know, it takes a lot of breedings to do that. There's a lot of breedings in there to come up with this piece of pie right here. We already know what this is up here. But you compounding that on top of more red boy, you're adding the perfect combination, and the perfect combination to me of this type of breeding would take me back to go back in there and let me see. Champion Cody, a champion. I just point out the results and what they're doing with the results. They're taking all that and they're crossing it back and getting still more results. Where's my LA Combine at? I'm looking for my boys. How did I lose them? Did I miss something? Let me go back in and put that in again. Try and get back to my peepers here right quick. Okay, this is where I was. Little May May. Okay, sorry about that. I clicked on the wrong thing. I just want to alliterate on my boys down there because them is my boys down there. Mayhem in Arkansas, Louisiana. I like riding on they shit. Because I known them way back in the day and they had some nice ass dogs then. And look at their breeding program. They knew what the hell they was doing. They knew what they was doing. What was they doing? They was producing match dogs. And the reason why I'm going over here to Fatty Girl, because y'all see the way she's bred, right? Even got Bob in there, you know, and they got Yella and Grand Champion Rodney. But I just wanted to point out a dog that I had the privilege of seeing. And the way he's bred, and I've seen him. I remember when they took Fatty Girl and bred the Wacko. You know, they go that twin. That twin be on everything. It's like I'm Mr. What they call it, the Who, to jump in the phone booth and just go all over the place. Yeah, that's me. Look how he's bred. He's still a Boyle's crossed into the yellow. He is still an end result of that type of breeding back then. With some Eli. Because Wacko had Eli in him. Look at it. Look at all that stuff right there. That is not a Boyle's brand. That is a Boyle's line. That 4-way. Then he stopped against Kunta. But he was smashing everybody else. He beat Dozier Jr., he beat Champion Rip, and those were some badass dogs. It was Kimber and Word Kennels. You know? He just had a bad day against Kunta. To me, he's a 37-39. A 37-39. We was going after Kunta at 42. 40. Am I right, Mike?
40.
Yeah, we was doing Kunta at 40. So the disadvantages that Kunta had against him, the advantage that Kunta had against Wacko, I'm telling you, Wacko would have been too small for Buck Rogers.
Yep.
And that's the truth.
We would have never came to 39.
Because we wouldn't have never came to 39, nor we'd have ever came to 37, that dog's weight. No, he came up to go into Kunta. And it was a mismatch. You gave your dog too much, you know, you wasn't thinking about your dog, you thought he was just all-out killer. Well, you put another bulldog on him to do him in too. Because Kunta was right off at Newman's buck, a Boyle's dog. But just the way these breedings are made, you know, you see that crossing with the yellow, you got Mayday all up in there. Mayday had Eli in him. You know what I mean? So shout out to my boys from Arkansas, Louisiana, and my boy Mayhem. I like going in y'all shit talking about it because it's right here. Can't change shit. I'm going to ride it because I know it. Look at all that stuff. That's them boys doing that.
Don't see too many of y'all out there showing that type of shit.
Right, okay? That's they and look at they shit. It's a breeding program. Little May. Thank y'all. Thank you for that one. Got another one, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna ride on it. And anything that's got something to do with me that I can point out that and why it was a special thing in me, because I can relate to that because I was there to witness it. So can't nobody ever say shit about they shit because what? I was there to witness a lot of things that they did. I know, you know, a lot of what, you know, to see that I got even my kennel partner stamped in a lot of those dogs because of his involvement. And my involvement with him, I was always privy to what was going on. That's why I can tell you this stuff, because I was there to see it. And the fact is, you see their name up there with all them great dogs, don't you? Yes, sir. Never said anything about me did anything, but I was a privy to seeing it as it was being done. And yeah, I'm going to give them all the love and talk about it. And yeah, I'm going to tell them I had me a front row seat to seeing greatness being done. Here's another good one right here. Look at this one. This is Lucky. He beat champion Ali in 45. Full-time winner. 1 and 3 DOA. Well, they said 1, 2, 3. All of them was DOA. They must have didn't do number 4. I remember this dog here. I sure do. Look at this dog, the way he's bred. You know what I mean? Again. Look how that dog is bred. Champion to champion. A Mayday cross with a 357. Stone City. rat lip. I mean, you can put all the good yellow Jocko Bolio stuff right there in the top half. Big Head is a champion, and he's bred to be one. Then look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Ain't nobody afraid to add that Eli to their shit, man. We just seen this shit over there in Mayhem and them stuff. The dogs changed, but the genetics in the blood is right there. We seen the same Eli stuff being used in other pedigrees. Names changed, but the line in the blood is still there. Same on the bottom. Yellow Jocko. Yellow John Jocko. I said Yellow John Jocko. I didn't say yellow. No, and you look at Yellow John, we're going to call him a red boy dog. So that's a red boy Jocko cross. I said a red boy Jocko cross. Scatterbred. Not when you're doing this right here. Or this right here. And keep in mind, y'all, every one of these dogs got Zebo. Most of these dogs got Lady Sassy Me. That's Zebo's sister. So if they basing Zebo on the Andy, or they basing it on the Eli? Because we noticing it wherever he pop up, it show up. Down good bred dog. Now let's look down here at the A stuff. You see this breeding here, it looks like my dogs. There go Bruiser. Damn near triple bred Bruiser. And then you got Grand Champion Ace, double bred AC, probably more than that down in there. But we know there's Zebo in all that. We got Miss Willie all over here. We got Angus all over here, Steps in them all over here. Look at the way this dog is bred. Same thing you'll find in Champion of Brat brought over there to some Mayday. Same old thing. Taking all that. There's the Bruiser. Baby. Grand Champion Ace. She's double bred Bruiser. And we was off a Grand Champion, got Grand Champion Ace. Here's our Mayday. On top of all that, there's your Mayday. The genetics. And what are they doing it with? They using the match dogs to get it done. Would you call that scatterbred? No. Not when you're giving them the kind of results and you're still seeing a formula in the breeding. There's still a formula in the breeding. I mean, y'all giving up some real nice ass bred dogs. That's for damn sure. I mean, these are very nice bred dogs. It is still showing me that what I'm saying when it comes to that 99%. The match dogs that are champions that I only talk about that are relevant unless they're throwing them and they're producing them. And, you know, we can get picky sometime and even go down inside those circles and show you, you know, these circles here. But a lot of these dogs that we're looking at here didn't come from those small circles because back then there was no, you know, you was getting picked on whatever damn circle you was on if you was trying to stick your neck out there into the fast lane. So a lot of these dogs had a chance to beat good dogs and great two-time winners and champions because the circles were becoming very competitive. You know, it wasn't that these circles was reaching out. A lot of these circles was being invaded. I call it invading because we traveled. We always traveled into somebody else's circle. You know, our circle was the whole thing. Wherever. You know, that's what I call the circle. And certain guys that played in that circle, you know, you can bet your money on it when they went into any circle. Not saying that they win them all, but like I said about the pedigrees and the dogs, I can say the same thing about the circle. The fast lane circle was a circle that could go into any circle. And you got those type of dogs. These dogs that we're pulling up are those type of dogs. I mean, if they weren't, I would have things to point out. I point out many things. And you always heard me say, in all this scatterbred shit, look for the formula in the genetics. It still boils down to where you set your standards. Even you guys that got these puppies and these papers, where do you set your standards? Do you set your standards based on the papers? Then you have to be looking for that puppy become those papers. Those standards have to be set on the fact that those dogs in those papers are match dogs. If you ain't got them, don't look for them. Because each one of these pedigrees we're pulling up, these are champions, and what do they all have in common? They all had a formula, and they all came from a line of a formula that matched dogs, winning dogs. I do this time after time after time after time, and we have not been proven wrong on that philosophy. It has not been proven wrong with all the pedigrees y'all sent in tonight. We are still seeing the same thing. So the dogs have gotten better. The only thing that's hurting the dogs from getting greater, they might have got better, but to get them to be greater, you needed more competitiveness. That has been destroyed. That has been harmed. That has been chopped. The legs has been cut off. If anything, the dog game is running on prosthetics. If there's even a dog game out there that exists, wherever, if it is, again, it's in the basement. Why do we need to talk about what's in the basement? It's not our privy to talk about what's in the basement, to give you a temperature check of what's in the basement. History will tell you what was the outcome of this air in the basement. Will we have dogs in this air that can become legendary enough that they can go into history regardless of the background that they come from or the lies or all this stuff, because it's still sifting through a needle in the haystack between the truth and a lie, because you guys have lost the ability to know what the truth is. And that's what hurts the game. You know, everybody want to be a legend, but the legendary people are in the basement. Give a damn about what's upstairs. The legendary people are the ones in the basement. Period. Don't even throw a pedigree over here talking about how great it is unless it's been in the basement. And if you haven't been in the basement, all you're holding is a piece of paper. Where's the animal to go with the piece of paper? The animal goes with the piece of paper, like all the other dogs we seen tonight. Supposed to look like this. Uh-huh. I'm going to tell you where you seen this dog be from, Mike. Remember we were trying to find this dog to breed to him. This is that dog. Yeah, we were looking for this dog at one time to breed to him. We don't know what happened to him. We don't know if he's still around, but you know, we had a dog that we was gonna breed to this dog. And I heard he was a badass. Yeah, I was gonna take some. I wanted to take me some Grand Champion Mr. Mayday, something like off of that. And I wanted to take me some revenge shit off of that and cross into that. You know, I'd have loved to have a going hard dog to take into that, either off by way of Brat or Little Mayday. Put with that. I would have loved to cross me some of that shit with some of that Screaming Demon shit, some of that LA Combine shit on with some of that. You know, I ain't scared of breeding, I'm breeding. Because I'm looking at the genetics and the dogs involved. These are what creates fast lane dogs. These dogs is what really set my standard. These are the dogs that I get into. Dogs with these kind of pedigrees giving me these kind of results to look forward to. Everything's a hit and a miss. But I promise you, my percentage, and this is by me knowing and speaking for myself and my experience, it gives you a better percentage if you're trying to really become a good dog man and win good matches. Having those great bred dogs do give you a better percentage when you're raising them. Yeah, you might have a whole bunch of duds. That means that line just didn't work. But when you're dealing with certain lines, and I'm just letting you know, maybe it's because of the teachings and the learnings that I had from James Polk, my silent partner, and his moves and what he was doing really showed me a lot. Because it was through him that I had a chance to prove the point that those great dogs and those great dogs he was getting his hands on were match dogs. And we all matched his shit. So yes, you know, he'll always have an imprint in history when it comes to me, because I can put up these dogs and relate them to him. A silent partner don't need to be wanting to be bragged about or talked about, but he'll always go down in my stories because he's a big part of the story. And all the other people involved that I included in his story, you know what I'm saying? You see how far it reaches out. And it all boiled down to, if they weren't matching these dogs, we wouldn't be talking about them. I wouldn't be talking about their imprint into the game. And that's the thing about me. You know, I set the pit bull standards the old way. I believe in match dogs and great winning dogs and dogs with great pedigrees. We see these great dogs all the time. We see their accomplishments all the time, and they're still all bred great. Because of how we put it together, like a Rubik's Cube. And that's the fun thing and the exciting thing about it. You know, it's just, remember, I'm talking in the past. I can't share that with you in the now. You're back here with me. And I want you guys to understand that when you're back here with me, feel what I'm talking about. Look at what I'm talking about. They're putting the pedigrees right up there. You can't deny the shit. You cannot deny it, fellas. The pedigrees speak for themselves when the dogs speak for the pedigree. If you give me match dogs, it's a shit and miss game anyway. But give me those kind of numbers that I got a chance with. That's why going hard dogs look like they were all bred good. Because I'm playing with the same formula that everybody else is playing with. Look at this shit. Y'all seen those pedigrees. You seen skins. You seen a lot of going hard dogs with a lot of that shit in them. And it's because they wouldn't be worth a damn if they weren't winning. They wouldn't be relevant for me to talk about back here in this time if they didn't have some type of result to them. They are the ones that's putting certification behind what I'm telling y'all about the way these great dog men like Schoolboy, you know, like so many other great dog men were successful is because of the match dogs. The dogs that produced the match dogs. The dogs that had the genetic ability to create a line of match dogs that we could dab in and dip in and dab out and dip in and still continue the generations of the greatness and even improve it. But it was only improved through competition. Competition, that's where all the answers was being answered. That's where it all ends at. It begins getting there, but it ends in the results of what you did when you got there. And we're in my time, and I'm going to speak on it like you guys are standing right there at Pittside looking at all these great champions that we went through, knowing how they bred. When we stand in the Pittside, we don't give a damn how they bred. We ain't looking at the breakdown, we looking at the dog. And when the dog come out victorious and comes out with a title here or there, you standing there, you could be by witness, then you go home and look how the dog is bred. You probably calling them the next day trying to get a goddamn breed like I would have been. Like I did when I saw Mayday. I was stuck on going to him. Okay, which one, Mike? So thanks out for sending them these pedigrees in. Y'all have really basically have concurred what I've been talking about. And you continue to concur what I'm talking about when you're sending these pedigrees, and we're proving the very same point. It's really about the genetics and winning, right? It really boils down to the genetic of getting that right dog to be able to be competitive and to win. And the dog that did that, that produced it, can you give me another one? Can you give us some more? If you can do that, then this is why we're pulling them up on Pairs Online. Right? Let me dab my head like the preacher. You know what I mean? If I had my rag, I'd be standing here jumping around hollering. Trying to get it in your head. We are in the past. And I'm going to always maintain that fact of the past, that we know how we got here. We got here for being wanting to be irrelevant for you guys to sit down and talk to us because we got out there and did the work. You said 64137? Okay, because this one's a... Yeah, he's trying to pull up some... That ain't it? Okay. Six four one 374 and that a 4. Okay, here we go. We got another champion. I love that. Gainesville champion AK. He beat the Florida Bulldog champion Debo for his 4th. He made a great courtesy stretch against grand champion Candyman. But look how he bred. Again, another concur. So let's look at the dog. Look how he looks. No, I'm just going to tell y'all. You know when y'all can hate on me. Y'all going to be, there go that damn twin. There you go. Hey, back to that Mayday shit. When every time I pull up these dogs looking like Mayday, they always be these badass dogs. God, you can tell he got some Mayday and some yellow in it. So I'm going to keep on saying that. They go champions, nigga Cock Diesel. Yeah, look at all that Mayday. And that Stone City. And that Mayday cross with the Stone City. You got 357. 357. You got some of the best of the Buck dogs. The best of the Patrick Bolio dogs. All right there. Piled up. And then you go add that boomer to it. You add some boomer to it. Look at that boomer. Added that to it. Let's go down here and look at Carolina Girl. Oh, look what they did with the Carolina Girl. Got the Sparky in it. Got the hardcore Bozak. Look at the way they doing it still. I'm looking at match dogs. See, everybody complain about the color. See, me, I like pedigrees when you can look at the color and you can make sense of it. It gets you to your point quicker. I see all them champions. She ain't a champion, but you see what I'm talking about. We can find them. We can find them when they're everywhere. We know where they're at. We know which ones to skip and which ones to go, okay, that one don't belong there. But the rest of them, you can see it. You know? Now, we know clearly. Look at Tipsy. Look how Tipsy bred. We damn near looking at the same shit that we seen in a couple pedigrees. There ain't but so many places you can go when we still falling in here bumping into the same damn dogs. Genetics. Looking at the same dogs. Look at that shit. Double bred quicksand. Cedarwood. Look at that. Ain't got nothing to it. They got it in red, but let's see why. She's definitely bred nice. Look at that stuff. The Tonka Bear stuff. Look at that. Y'all see it? We can go diving in there. We can go jumping on up in there, and guess what we're gonna see? What we've been seeing all night. What we've been seeing all night. That good bread shit being put together. Look at Champion Pinky down here. We're seeing all this. We know where all this is coming from. We know where it's leading to. And when you look at the way they're breeding, it still falls in the same place. You see the formula. You see the formula. That was old Tipsy. Top half. We know the dog stolen. Whoever has him needs to return him. You see, this is the kind of shit. And then my peeps too. Hey, what's up, BOP? Hey, you see, this is the kind of stuff that we be talking about. You know, when it comes to stealing dogs. Remember, I told you I took a shot in the head. 21 dogs. 21 dogs before I caught that thief. Just imagine the dogs they took. And one of them dogs was Grand Champion Max's, Grand Champion Max's little mate brother. Yeah, it was one of those dogs. And he was a nice one. So I know how they feel. Want your shit back. Just bring me my shit back. You ain't gonna get it back. But look, you got hardcore, this whole top half right here. See? Here's a combination of a kennel when you look at this stuff right here, you see the yellow, and I always said the yellow. You sit there created the Mayday stuff, the hardcore stuff, the Stone City stuff, the going hard stuff, and so many other kennels I can keep naming and naming. It was all that yellow shit. They all had a way of using it. They all had a way of using it. We've been looking at this shit all night, getting the same old results. Still at the same old combination. See it? We the Arkansas, Louisiana boys. Same old thing. It's certain dogs that you just continue to see it. You go to going hard dogs, you're gonna see these same old makeups. It wasn't like I was creating anything. I'm following suit. Just like Gameville and my boys, my little proteges that grew above me and went out there like the wacko move and came out with Champion Skins, who was a badass. And the creations of the Screaming Demon Dog, the crosses that they made. The dogs like Blue and Sunny over there at the Gameville. Now, those dogs got a little bit of all this in them, and it carries on. Because what we were doing, we was creating the foundation of what's supposed to be the main factor of the game. Match dogs. We wouldn't be talking about not one of these damn dogs if this dog wasn't a champion. And how many of these great dogs did we see with these type of kennels in them that were champions? How many, y'all? How many? Ride on that, y'all. Ride on that. Look at that. Look what we've been looking at tonight. We talking about scatterbred dogs and we still bringing up nothing but great shit. You know, the goddamn one thing I can tell you about this damn chat room here. Y'all know what I like and y'all feed me good. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to say it to your face. Y'all know what kind of dogs is relevant in this room and y'all feed me good. Y'all show me champions, man, that I didn't know existed out there. Y'all have shown me breedings, connections that I didn't know that was out there. Y'all are bad. You continue to surprise me because you continue to feed me and prove my point. Because I'm about the dogs. I'm about the background, the competitiveness. Show me something relevant to talk about that ain't going to be fucked up. Show me what's working and why it's working. We know why. We see it enough. We keep seeing it and seeing it and seeing it. And every time we try to debungle it, we can't. Because what it really boils down to is the wins. Relevancy. The worth talking about. The worth analyzing. The worth looking into. We stand strong. The match dog stands strong. If that's what we talking about, then that's what it's about. That's why we back here with me, where it all mattered, when it was still going to jail, taking your shit. The fact was, the basement, the ones that got through the cracks, the ones that's able to maintain what's being lost by staying competitive. By any means necessary, if there is any means. The dog's greatness becomes great only through the pit. And don't y'all forget that. Don't y'all forget that. Bottom line, care how if you ain't breeding for that, it don't matter. Listen to what I said. You're in my base. You're in my world. seeing my point of view as real dog man. Put yourself in my shoes. If that's what it's stand on, how are you going to take the stands off from under it? All these selling the dogs and shuffling the dogs and paper here, paper there. We know they was playing with papers back then. Y'all still ain't got me to understand how Zebo only had black dogs, but he had a chocolate brother and sister. And if he was Eli, well, damn, we know Eli was black as hell and he produced, Bully Son was black as hell and he produced Honey Bunch. You know what I'm saying? For real. Gator was an all black dog. Gator was an all red dog. When they bred that stuff, they produced blackjack. To some shit that I know was all black. But did Gator, did Blackjack have any? I don't know. It was Razor, Blackjack's brother, or was he Blackjack's brother? Or was he Gator's brother? I know he was one of them. But did Blackjack have any red or buckskin litter mates? If anybody can answer that question, it's a good question to ask. What kind of dogs did Blackjack litter mates? What kind were they? Coming off a red nose gator dog. You know what I'm saying? And Lumpy was not like buckskin, she was like a yellow buckskin dog. And she was triple bred gator. And I can tell you, I don't know, when they bred her, and when he bred her back to gator, they had buckskin dogs, but they also had, that was a little red dog the cycle went into, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Yes, it was. Yeah. It wasn't buckskin, that was a damn show. But I remember that litter, and it's like, if you notice, they all have that genetic build up. Not that they all works. Remember, we only talking about relevancy. And in the end, isn't that what you breed and work for is relevancy? What is you breeding for if you're not breeding for relevance? Because that's the only way we're going to make it over here talking about twins and what twin on over here in my world. Did your world change between my world of being relevant and what makes a dog relevant? Has it changed up there in your world? When you go back, what do you see? What do you know? Is it even anything to see? When you get back on this bus and we go back to your time and you get off that bus, take that with you. Try to get that understanding. Try to understand what you really trying to breed. What are you really trying to get? Is it possible to do what we've sat here and watched all night trying to find this scatterbred dog that ain't, that was great when every one of them had a formula? So I'm going to leave y'all with that note. Thank you for the guys who sent those pedigrees in. I think there was a point there that I think the outcome of this was on scatter breeding. They're all scatterbred. I don't think it's even about the bred part that we're even dealing with. I think we're dealing with, like Schoolboy, the professor said from the very beginning, it's all in the genetics. That's what we're breeding for. We're breeding for the greatness that can continue. To give me the genetics that I can continue it. There's great breedings out there and the results speak for themselves. If you're able to do that and able to win with it, or whoever's winning with it, then it's evident that you're going to become part of history. Your stamp might not mean shit to nobody else, but it's going to always mean something special to me because I can always pull this shit up and point this shit out. And know that I got a front row seat and a good look at history. You can't hate me for that. You can't hate me for talking about that. You can't hate me for pointing it out and continue pointing it out for all those people who became relevant in that conversation to be made part of history, whether you like it or not. They there. So shout out to those guys. Shout out to those guys. Okay, Mike.
Okay, man, we had 107. First thing I need y'all to do before we get up out of here, we have 86 likes. I need y'all to bite down and shake hold that damn like button right quick. Need you to bite down.
Everybody, come on.
Shake and take hold.
Come on,
and hit
Sharks.
that damn like button.
Come on, Sharks. Everybody in the room, please do that for us right quick, man. 'Cause you know how Mike is about the like button. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how many people was in the room, but evidently he's saying there's more people in the room than there is like buttons. And how you gonna hit the like button if you don't like the show? Why would you hit the like button if you don't like the show? Let's wait till, some of you guys like to make sure it's a good show to hit the like button. Okay, so now we at that point in the show that he's crying for. I think we done enough to know if you like it, please hit the like button.
My folks out there on the back street, it's 600 and some of y'all out there.
Say what?
Yeah, my back street.
Back street.
I
Hey,
met your boy, man.
y'all in the back street. Got over 600 some people views on the back street. Can we get some help on the likes, y'all, tonight?
I only need about 20 to get over 100.
He needs 20 likes to get over the 100, and we got over 600 views already in here. On top of what we've probably got here in the chat room, I know we can get over 100 likes. You know what I'm saying? He presses the likes, and sometimes if those likes come later, when people. As our numbers and our views go up, we have more people hitting the like button because he keeps hollering it damn near every show. He didn't holler the last 2 shows and those likes was real low. He didn't press it too low and those likes was low. I went actually going through the chats and there wasn't too many of you guys pressing the likes. I seen maybe one person go in there and say, hey, y'all hit them likes up. Get them likes up. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way, I guess Mike knows about the show. He said analytics or something right there. It means a lot for him, being he's the producer of the show. And, I asked that, hey, guys, if you like my show, and you like what I'm putting out here, and you like what I'm saying, and I do it to every room that I go to. I always hit the like button because I hear Mike always whining about the like button. So, if they could pull their shit up and see who's liking them, they're going to always see Twin 2 on their shit. It's not the fact that I want to let them know I'm there. And if I don't go on to the chat room, I go on there because Mike talks so much shit about the like button. If I ain't got nothing else to give, that I can at least give them a like. Give them something to know I was there and I enjoyed the show. No?
Appreciate that. It's moving. It's moving.
It's moving. It didn't jump. He said he need 20. He don't need but 5 right now based on what I'm looking at. Am I right?
No, I need 8.
He need 8 more. We need 8 more likes, y'all. 8 more likes,
Y'all
dog.
help us out on that. For fellas, let me deal with this poll right quick. We had 179 voters.
Wow.
The poll question was, are scattered-bred American Pit Bull Terriers any different now than they were in the past? We had 63% that said no. We had 37% that said yes.
Now, that's a high number now, 37%. That's a high number of 37%. It's one to consider. It's one to reconsider. That is a high number. Even though 60-something% is a good one, that 37, there's conversation in that.
There was conversation actually on Facebook, and I can almost see the same situation here. I'm still trying to understand the 37% considering they all scatterbred, but what's the difference?
What's the difference? What is the breakdown into the change that you requiring to say yes?
I think you kind of answered that in some kind of way because I've seen that on Facebook too, to competitiveness.
Yes.
So
That's
I can
what it's all about.
I understand that 37%.
Yeah, it's what it's all about, competitiveness. And the question is, are we as competitive as we were then? Now, you can't answer that now. How are you going to talk about now? I mean, how are you going to get that answer now? You know what I'm saying? We can never give you that answer because we don't know. You don't either. Not out here. Because the true answer is only being done in the history. The history and relevance of the dogs that we will continue to pull up and investigate and look to see if they're true, because you have no other means of verifying these things these days. And like I said, 90% of the game doesn't know a lie from the truth.
For all you the guys that sit in those pedigrees, they was too recent. I did not put them out there because we do not do anything in the now. So forgive me if I didn't put your pedigree up. Yeah, I did see it, but we do not put anything in the now.
They can be bought as a noun, to be presented as a noun, or maybe the name in the noun. You know what I'm saying? We just don't do it. If there's somebody I know that's active, and their dog is on the noun, I won't put it up. Because he got his own relevance where he's at. He don't need ours. You know what I mean? They don't need ours. So we keep the basement door closed, and always will keep it closed. And what we do open, it would become part of history, and it would be relevant for us to talk about. Okay?
Outside of that, fellas, I need y'all to help. I need your help. Big shout out to my big brother, 7-8 Sports, and the rest of the panel. My man, Schoolboy. Hey, Schoolboy, I was biting today. I took some of your content. I took something, so I guess we share.
He don't want to say content. Was it his content, Mike? Was it, what was
it? It wasn't his content. It was a good question. He asked a question, and I felt like, when Schoolboy asks a question, and you see a lot of
it's
comments,
like the professor, everybody trying to be the professor.
It was just a good conversation. So I thought, I got a chance to bring it up, and we could actually talk about it, because he did that in Facebook. So you couldn't get into it like you could get into it, because again, his answer to some of the comments that was being made, you put a visual aid to what he was basically saying. Hell, Tudor and them, you think they wasn't scatterbreeding? What the hell? The breed was built off of scatterbreed
right.
dogs.
I mean,
what the hell you talking about?
Right, and most of the time, like we say, good dogs, you see all these champions are all bred good. So, they're putting good dogs with good dogs. That's what I call it. I mean, where's the scatterbreeding going on at? I think they all got some type of scatterbreed stuff in them, but it's done in a formula way. So I can't give the word formula and scatterbred the same, like, they deserve to be together when I see a formula that's creating a badass dog. Why would I even belittle that great breeding with a word scatterbred? What is scatterbred? Ain't all these mugs scatterbred? Every time we do a out, ain't it scatterbred? As much as we do the inline breedings and the line breedings, and then we add something else, ain't we adding our pedigree scatterbred shit immediately when we change it up? With an out? And how many dogs does it take to really have a full-fledged scatterbred dog?
All right, fellas, help me out here. If you like the contents of the show tonight, I know you need y'all to do what y'all do by giving them thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now, give me the damn room. fellas. Show the love. Appreciate everybody for showing up on this Talk Shit Tuesday. Showing the love. Appreciate everybody who helped out. I'm 4 away from getting that damn like button up to 100.
4 away.
Somebody do me some justice. People on the back street help out. Hey, I want to give a special shout out to everybody on the back street, everybody in the Shark Tank who participated in the night show and who participated in the poll. Again, couldn't do it without y'all. That's right, fellas. Show the love. They throwing them around too, baby.
Yeah, thank y'all, fellas. Don't forget, you know, I always got to say, man, bless yourself by putting your hand on that finger on that shark thing and just letting the page run. That, you know, that just, I mean, I want a whole bunch of sharks. Just, all you sharks, just put your hand on your shark icon and just let it flow. Just everybody that's a shark, just let it flow. Just fill that shit up. We didn't gave up our roses. We didn't gave up our thumbs up. You know what I mean? We done did our muscles. Now let's do a shark thing. Fill up the waters. Fill the waters. Show this room is running full of sharks. And I'll let it go like that.
Yes, sir. Hey, you got, what's your dog of the night, Mo? You gonna
Man,
have one?
man, there was so many of them, man. Every damn pedigree I pulled up was a dog of the night. I'm ready to cheat and give it the simple way and get the last dog up because he was a hell of a dog of the night. I mean, I'll let the people pick. And we'll see if we can find a pedigree before we close it out. Because there were some nice dogs out there, guys. We did some pretty nice shit with them tonight.
That's right, Sharks. They sharking it up.
I'm going with Gainesville. Champion AK. The 4-time winner, 1-time game loser. That's going to be the dog of the night for me, y'all. Yeah, let Mike go ahead and put his little 2 cents in here before we close out the night so we can do that thing.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you that thing. He lost to a grand champion. He lost game, though. Here's a prime example of what we talked about tonight, about coming up to that greatness. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause one thing he did, is you know what he did? It can stay relevant.
Yeah, you stay relevant.
Okay, you always gotta do that one thing, make yourself relevant. And when you can't do it, you know you better have a good ass excuse. You know what I mean? And don't tell me come read your shit, cause
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Hey, I'd like to give a special shout out to, again, Schoolboy, aka Mr. Richard Garcia. I thought it was a hell of a good question. I thought it was definitely set for a good conversation tonight. Hey, y'all fellas, don't forget, if you're looking for some merchandise and all that other good stuff, you know what I'm saying? Supporting the channel, go to www.goinghardkennels reloaded.com.
That's
You know what I mean?
right.
Check out some of the merchandise. Hey, Dicky, I got you, fam. I'm just getting back in town, getting some merchandise in. I'm going to be taking care of some of the fellas to be looking out for me. And for the fellas who already done purchased their gear, I'm pretty sure you must liked it because I didn't get any complaints from anybody. So, appreciate the love. Support the channel. You know what I mean? Y'all know what's up. You know, it's getting cold now, fellas. Get them hoodies ready.
Them hoodies ready. I got
Get them
mine
hoodies
ready, man. I'm
Get
dressed.
that- It's finna get cold. Get them hoodies together. Get them hats together. Hit us up. Other thing I want to do is thank everybody who donated, you know, with the super chats and the super stickers for showing the love. Appreciate that. You know, we living in some terrible times right now. The world seems like it's going crazy, and you know what? But yet we can still come here and still do what we love to do, and that's talk Bulldogs. So for everybody who showed up and showed out, I really appreciate y'all. Just keep doing what you're doing. One thing I learned about tonight, you know, we all can agree to disagree, especially when it comes to the scatterbred thing, because when you really stop and think about it, these dogs were scatterbred when they was created. I mean, why would that change? The thing was, certain things made this breed better, and as time went on, it got better and better. And what made it get better? Competition.
Bottom line.
And imagine that. As the game was getting better, you had more competitive dogs. created more competitive dogs, who created better competitive dogs, which create better and great competitive dogs. Only the future can tell how far that'll go and how long we can ride that train. But the one thing we all have to understand, what is the meaning of scatterbred when it comes to an American Pit Bull Terrier? A pit dog? Maybe that's what it is. It's the what made the pit in him.
That's right. That's right. Good analogy on that. Yeah.
Well, thank you, man. I'm glad to see you recognized, man. I've been waiting all night to get that off.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
But till then, fellas, you know what I mean? We're going to be back here Friday for Hot Mic Friday. We need y'all to stay safe. You know what I mean? Keep doing the things y'all know you're supposed to do. Check the cameras. Keep feeding the water. You know what I mean? All the good things we tell you. Remember, we do not condone to anything related and far as...
I'm not promoting dog fighting. I'm not telling you guys to go out there and fight your dogs.
No.
You know what I mean? This is according for historical purposes and
entertainment purposes
and
only.
And we're back on the bus and we drive back to your time.
We're on the bus. We're getting back to your time. Don't forget your damn sticks, man. You got the sticks.
Yeah, keep your sticks, guys.
Keep your sticks with you.
I seen a scenario that got bad. Somebody was walking their game dog and his dog seen my dog, and a lady was coming by him with her dog. Her dog broke away and ran by that dog, and he snatched the dog up. And then nobody had no sticks.
Nobody had no sticks. Fellas, if you're walking around with your dog, make sure you carry your sticks.
Yeah, because everybody looked at the dog that was on the leash. Like, you know, he was smashing that
smashing.
You know, they
people kicking and crying and carrying on, man. I'm kicking.
The more they hit that dog, the more busy
y'all
he
know how
got.
that work. You're going to get busy.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, you know, let's keep down on the action. You know, these kind of things that could cause you from losing your dog.
Right. They're going to give us, it gives us a bad name. It's bad enough they're out here raiding everybody. And they're blaming it on the dog fighters. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really bad. So, you know, you got to look at the game and know what's relevant. Don't take a chance of your freedom dealing with something that ain't relevant.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot to put into that when you think about it like that, right?
That's all we're saying. Just live by the disclaimer. Stay safe. You know what I mean? And keep doing what we do. One thing we for sure over here, we gonna do what we do, because we always.
One thing we gonna do, and that is always.
I mean, for damn sure, you can best believe we always. I mean,
you want to again?
Yeah,
we
always scratch the win.
If I go,
look, man, hey, I'm sorry.
You doing because you don't know you going home with a car now. You don't do it,
man.
Don't be hurry up and just run around the building because you know when you was holding him real lightly, he wasn't moving. You better let his ass go.
Let him go, man. That's all I'm gonna tell you, man.
Have some pride. Have some pride. It's all right to go home with 2 curs. All right, have some pride. You know, don't go home with that thought. Everybody's seen it. Everybody's seen it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's seen it. You know, guys, they let their shit go just a little bit, just to show their shit come out the corner. Even though the dude be picking his shit up, trying to get out the box because he lost. You know, I don't want nobody scratching in my shit. But you just kind of let your dog go. You see me, oh yeah, here you go. You know, I'm still scratching the wind, man. You don't even have it in the box. You know, let's show it all the viewers. You know, hey, at least this motherfucker, he act like he's trying to come out. You know, I've seen guys stand there and, you know, waiting on them to scratch, and both dogs had already quit, but it wasn't on him to go. And you know what happened when the match was over? You thought he let his dog go? Shit, he didn't want to take the chance with everybody's eyes on him. Because he probably didn't want to barnstorming people picking up the phone trying to call his ass out. Yeah. But it's always wise, even in the end, man, to give yourself the opportunity to know that. Don't go picking up your shit because you didn't see it, because you didn't want to see it. See it and get it over with. See it and get it over with. Go home after every match, knowing that you're bringing the right dog home. For all you winners, congratulations. For all you losers, hey man, just go back into the crop, man, and grab some more shit and keep it going. That's how the game worked back in my time, you know. And you know, that's the mentality of a dog fighter, in the way I see it, you know.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. So guys, show the love. Here's my dog of the day. I'm leaving the show with this thought right here. they don't go, let them go. Let them go. But if they don't go, let them go.
Cinch you.
Y'all cinch you. See y'all Friday. Love y'all. Yeah. Yes, sir. Nice ass pedigree too, y'all. Yes, sir. Dog of the night. It would be like tweeting that had to go get you done with Mayday. This dog got all kind of shit. He got Boomer in him. He got Mayday in him. He got Stone City in him. He got 257 in him. He got some Island dogs in him. Pit Island dogs in him. He got Jeffo Jr. Why not? Dog of the night. Even though we did have some dogs that was off that champion stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Hey man, big shout out to my man Mayhem.
That's right, shout out to Mayhem and the family. What's up, baby?
Big shout out to my man Scratchline News. Appreciate the love.
What's up, fam? Scratchline, what's up, baby?
Again, this is not the weekend. Appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. To all the viewers stepping in, don't forget to hit that like button. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. Again, big shout out to everybody that showed up, hanging out with us. Except for a really interesting show. Big shout out to my man Schoolboy, aka Mr. Richard Garcia. I guess what we got out of it is, you know, as far as we're concerned, they all scatterbred. You know, point proven, match dogs, bred to match dogs, we get match dogs. So we're just gonna leave it like that, okay? Till Friday. As usual, I'll rock out with you. Stay safe. We'll see you then. I'm out. Peace. Deuces.